been conducted here in Vellore, Tamil Nadu in 2005, in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu in 2005, in Namakkal in 2005, in Salem, Tamil Nadu in the Nithyananda program, the Nithyanandam program in Tirudi, Bangalore, the Birth Star celebration in Tiruvannamalai, and the Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Satvika. The Jayanti celebrations in Tiruvannamalai, the Nithyananda Spurana program in Chennai. And in all of these photos, you can not only see the large number of people in attendance, the Adi Kailasa Satvika during the Guru Purnima celebration, but you can also see the people from various backgrounds, various ages, various cultures who are in attendance during these programs, the Bhakti Spurana program, whether, no matter their age, no matter their background, no matter their religion, so many people were blessed into this science of enlightenment. The Dhyana Spurana program were enriched by the Supreme Consciousness. The Little Anandas program, which was specifically geared towards the youth. The Saptayagam, which was conducted in Salem in 2006. This was a series of homas, which we will see in the next photos, conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not only conducted the homa himself, but guided 1,008 other participants into the homa as well. This was a huge happening and has brought so much of good and blessings to the planet Earth. You can see the Supreme Pontiff blessing people. The Nithyananda Spurana program in Adi Kailasa Satvika, the Nithyananda Spurana program again in Salem, and all of these programs, all of these satsangs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was tirelessly working to enrich people, to guide them, to bless them, and to ensure that they are guided through this pralaya, however, and be able to prepare them to do this padayatra, to do the re-energizing process throughout India, through the 12 Jyotirlingas. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving him out of India. And Devi has revealed the solution for this. And I will just explain in English what Devi revealed. She revealed that for the pralaya to end in India, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism must be received in India with great reverence and respect as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recognized for his contributions to humanity, and be allowed to conduct the Padayatra, the original Padayatra that was planned in 2020, throughout the 12 Jyotirlingas, and do the re-energizing process. Only then will this pralaya end in India. And as we look around, we see so much of suffering and destruction in our world today. And we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization had forewarned as this Kali Yuga. And Kali Yuga was considered to be the worst of the 4 yugas, where man was his own worst enemy. And this was declared in the Purva Purana by sage Vyasa. And the translation goes, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only city which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And the Kurma Purana continues on that the Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation goes, Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata for the first cycle of time, the Krita Yuga. The Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dvapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva himself. And out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 2nd of January, 1978. And if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had waited one more year, if Paramashiva himself had waited one more year, 1979 would have been too late for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed this in one satsang, stating that if there was time, he would have said, Paramashiva himself would not have come. Paramashiva would have sent a representative, but there was no time. And just before the last lamp was distinguished, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism landed in the human frame and has come back to revive this science of enlightenment, to save humanity, to bring the superconscious breakthrough to the world once again. And the avatar's advent onto planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring the new age, the Satya Yuga. And the Devi revealed that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that Paramashiva himself landed on planet Earth to bring this new age, to bring humanity into Nitya Yuga, and through Nitya Yuga, blossoming into Satya Yuga. Let us listen to the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation. People of the world, listen. Kali Yuga has matured, and over time, it has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Do not worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful. For this huge hell Kirmi Bhojanam not to come to India, 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas to my son Swamiji. And to prepare for this, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontiff began enriching people one person at a time, to share the sacred truths from the scriptures and to bring the secrets of higher living to humanity. And even at the young age of 14, the classmates of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recall the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Gudiyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and an enormous spiritual pilgrimage center. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 19 years old, the fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Mutt recall the Padayatra from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them on this unforgettable unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, searching more and more, enriching more and more people, and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And here you can see the photo of the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem established in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu. And this was done on the 14th of April, 2001. And in 2008, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from various backgrounds. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism intensity and dedication for the people has blessed and enriched thousands who don't even understand English, and each one was so deeply moved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's presence and deeply resonated with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teaching. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual realms. And the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Padayatra, where crores participated and were impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari deities who traveled from city to city, continuously blessing people. And there were thousands who participated in this Kodikan Padayatra and were blessed and were radiating just being in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Kodikan Padayatra culminated in the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivam, Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, and the Swayambhulinga at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in South India. And these deities were energized as Akchavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens to protect people during this pralaya. And here are just three: the Kailasa in Tiruchendur, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Bangalore, and the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Vajrasarovar, the Ananda Lingam, which would protect anyone who bathed in its waters from the deadly COVID-19 disease. And in 2009, the Avatar held yet another Kodikan Padayatra and garnered international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. And to the Avatar, if you want to Hinduism, has created thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems all over the world, enriching over 1 billion people worldwide. And just a few of the Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems we will be seeing in the next several photos. The Kailasa and Erode, which was the Adi Nithyananda Pita established by the Supreme Court of Hinduism. We'll just quickly run through the photos of the Sarveti Pitas established by the Supreme Court of Hinduism. The Adi Kailasa Sarveti Pita in Bangalore, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, the Kailasa in Los Angeles, the Kailasa in San Jose, the Kailasa in Seattle, the Kailasa in Houston, Texas, the Kailasa in North Carolina, Charlotte, the Kailasa in New York, the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, the Kailasa in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, the Kailasa in Oman, the Kailasa in Dubai, the Kailasa in London, UK, the Kailasa in Scotland, UK, the Kailasa in Netherlands, the Kailasa in Slovakia, the Kailasa in Belgium, the Kailasa in Luxembourg, the Kailasa in Austria, the Kailasa in Germany, the Kailasa in Italy, the Kailasa in France, the Kailasa in Switzerland, the Kailasa in Mauritius, the Kailasa in South Africa, the Kailasa in Salem, which was established in 2006 personally by the Supreme Court of Hinduism, the Kailasa in Salem again, the Kailasa in Hosur, the Kailasa in Patnam, the Kailasa in Varanasi, the Kailasa in Rajapalayam, the Kailasa in Hyderabad, the Kailasa in Kerala, the Kailasa in Gujarat, with the Yogi Nithyananda Pita, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Alankulam, the Kailasa in Tambaram, Chennai, the Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai, and more photos of Kailasa in Chennai, and the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia, the Kailasa in New Zealand, the Kailasa in Singapore, the Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America. And to ensure humanity survive this pralaya, the Supreme Council of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And you can see all of these various Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems were with people from various different backgrounds. We're enriching people from various different backgrounds with this science of enlightenment to bring a community to where they are, to be enriched with this science. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands into Nithyananda spiritual healing, and they are still actively healing millions all over the world. And there have been over 2,500 satsang centers, padaka mandirs, and home temples that operate as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the avatar has inspired thousands all over the world to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom, with thousands of padayatras conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each being for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating and the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated once again. And for every major festival from all over the world, padayatras have been conducted out of sincere devotion and love for the avatar by devotees. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed tirelessly to humanity over the last 26 plus years, and has provided over 1 billion free nutritious meals to people all over the world. Over 1 billion people have been enriched and enriched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and a diverse population has been enriched in 347 cities in 196 countries across 6 continents. And the world's largest Hindu university, the Nithyananda Hindu University, has been established in US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And the world's greatest digital Hindu nation is Kailasa, with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on various platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, and many more. And there are various websites you can visit, including kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, nithyanandahinduuniversity.org, Kailasa TV, Nithyananda TV, and many more. And if you would like to connect with us on your phone, you can download the Enlightenment app, which was exclusively established for the sake of enriching people. And you can continuously stay connected, continuously be enriched with the teachings and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can see the various cities all over the world where e-citizens have established communities successfully and are being enriched by this enlightenment ecosystem worldwide. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has various global initiatives that include holistic health, education, and the development of human potential. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously sharing the practical application of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and its science of enlightenment, through which the world has had various breakthroughs. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa have provided services through foreign aid using the United Nations has over 108 humanitarian charitable initiatives for helping people worldwide, and it is spearheaded by
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Welcome back, dear viewers. Sorry for a technical glitch. So, as we were sharing, the Kailasa and the Supreme Content of Hinduism have been providing foreign aid through various initiatives and a strong diplomatic network that has a order of 73 sovereign orders of Kailasa, and the national and international governments and organizations' relationship over the past 4 years. The next slide, please. And here are the various initiatives that Kailasa has been enriching people with all over the world. The global, which includes Global Peace Initiative, Education and Children Initiative, Equality Initiative, and Food and Environmental Initiative. And the Kailasa has been providing free education in over 150 countries. And Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in 150 countries. And we offer free education to 20 million children and youth world over, and we have 1,000 or 7,000 plus courses. And Kailasa has served over 1 billion plus free meals and continues to serve free meals all over the world today. With the vision of no hungry home, this initiative has multiple services, including Annadan, organic agriculture, and many more. And we have offered over 1 billion free meals all over the world. And Kailasa offers free food in 197 countries all over the world. And Kailasa has made available free medical services to millions of people all over the world. And the contribution of yoga from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa has been immense, with over 1,000 plus scriptural references mapped for yogic techniques such as asanas, dharana, kriya, pranayama, and many more, and 2 Guinness Book of World Records, and 6,000 plus hours of courses on yoga and detoxification and health from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Kailasa Sacred Arts Sacred Arts University has produced more than 4,000 Hindu deities, which are now consecrated and worshipped in 600 plus locations across the globe. And this includes over 3,270 deities made of stone, 400 made of the Panchaloka, the 5 metals, and 100 have been made of marble, 15 traditional wooden chariots, and 1,000 plus Hindu vessels, puja items, have been used for this enlightenment ecosystem. And the world's largest Hindu library has over 1 million plus palm leaf scriptures and has collected, preserved, and made them available freely to the world. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library has developed the world's first exclusive Hindu library management system based on the ancient Vedic scripture classification tree, and the world's largest Hindu digital library with over 1 million plus digitized palm leaf scriptures, and the world's largest collection of Kashmiri Shaivism scriptures. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sincere hard work and devotion over the past 26 years, millions of people have been inspired, one person at a time, and have been prepared to stand together to protect humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism announced the plan to traverse once again on foot from Kanyakumari to Kashmir and to re-energize the Jyotirlingas to protect India from this pralaya. And in 2018, to begin the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas, the Avatar began visiting temples in earnest to start the intense spiritual process. While the Avatar was working hard to protect India from the Great Destruction, the anti-Hindu militant forces tried their best to halt the Avatar's mission since the beginning, since the year 2001 itself. After years of pouring energy into the making of the only ship that could save humanity, the captain himself was driven out of the ship. And militant anti-Hindu forces followed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for 2 decades, instigating the deadliest and most brutal attack against a single Hindu leader. Since 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived over 70 assassination attempts, incessant lawfare, and repeated attacks against himself and his disciples. With the media entirely owned by the anti-Hindu nexus, there was never a chance for the truth to come out. And there have been 14,000 hours of hate speech flooding the internet over the past 10 years. And this was broadcasted on the media to incite hatred and character and assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fabricated false cases were filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to meekly justify the illegal arrest and to execute the state-sponsored plan to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In 2018, the Avatar was forced to leave India after a nearly fatal assassination attempt. And in his absence, India and Indians are suffering the repercussions of their unconscious actions. In the Puranic age, the whole kingdom of Ayodhya suffered with economic meltdown, death of cattle and crops, and the inconsolable depression when Lord Rama left for the 14-year exile. And in the same way, the economy began falling 2 months after the Avatar left India. And today, India faces the most brutal effects of the pandemic with no end in sight. And in spite of being driven out of the country, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to be the last hope for humanity and India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all the Kailasas in India for the sake of quarantine, for multi-layered quarantine, and to protect India and Indians during this pandemic. If you would like to avail the benefits of this multi-layered quarantine, you can sign up at kailasa.org/KailasaCare. Again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously trying to protect humanity over the past 26 years and still continues despite the incessant attacks against his life. And if you recognize the benefits and the warnings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving, you can avail the opportunity to sign up for the multi-layer quarantine in one of the Kailasas India. Again, you can sign up at kailasa.org/KailasaCare. With this, we will be concluding this segment and moving into the next segment after a very short break.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by
evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. So now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Over the last several months, Devi has been continuously blessing us, continuously gracing us, continuously answering all of our questions, our prayers, giving boons, and literally holding our hands through this pandemic, through this pralaya. And these offerings are a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and the accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for only the purpose of enlightenment. So as we enter into this next segment, let us deeply decide to connect with Devi and decide to receive her blessing and offer our love and gratitude. So the first, we'll look at the Dhyana Shloka, the translation of the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. moon-like face holding the Vedas on one hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manomani. And the Dhyana Shloka continues on. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, the lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So the first offering, we'll first understand the significance of the divine element of gold. The gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who fears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. And the translation continues on. Gold is present in all of our scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built on gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranyamaya in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones who love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. So let us look at the offering that we can make to Devi Parashakti. The translation for this verse, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all. And if there is any fear in the mind of the devotee, the Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it is not meant the autumn of the season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inward. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. And so the first offering, which is a very simple Hi Hundi offering, we can make Devi. We can directly offer on line one through the Hi Hundi offering. And yes, we can continue on to the next slide. And the Sankalpa chanting, which is just $1, the translation for this, the benefits of it. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to the universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. And this is from Devi Mahatmya. And you can offer the Sankalpa, the blessing to the the conscious resolution that blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes in the yearning of the person. And the next offering that you can make is the Sahasranama Swarna Kastu. This is the gold coin offering. And Devi is known as Namaparayana Prita, the one who likes the repetition of her various names. And this is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique Archana offering to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And the offering of a gold coin inscribed with each one of the 1008 names. And you can receive the blessing to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. And the next offering is the Mukta Angut, the finger ring with a pearl. And the translation for the verse about Mukta Anguti: I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones, and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Brahma. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And the Mukta Anguti is the offering of the pearl finger ring, and you can receive the blessing to be showered by Devi's compassion and pure love in all of your endeavors, your business endeavors. And the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the offering of the golden lotus. And the translation of this verse is from the Kamikagama: all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during worship involve the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and the lotus petal. The lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is called a lotus. And the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus, ready to bloom. And you can offer the lotus in any size that you wish, and be blessed to have the state, the space, the powers and being of Devi in your inner space amid any and every adverse situation in your life. And the Swarnamit, the golden toe ring. And the translation of this verse: you whose brightness from the toenail destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees, who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. To offer the toe ring to the baby adorning her sacred feet is to be blessed with the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, and even in the most difficult aspect of your life. And the next is the Swarna Martika, the golden hairline jewel. The translation for this: she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And you can offer the mantra to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And the most favorite offering of all the disciples and devotees is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Pada Puja offered directly to the feet of the Guru. The illuminating, and you can see the translation for this verse, the illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of the ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. The Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offering the Pratiksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti through the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses the Yajamana with all the auspicious blessings and the grace of the Guru himself. And you can offer the Vastra Seva as well, the offering of clothing. And the Vastra Seva blesses the Yajamana with all the auspicious blessings that you can receive from the Supreme Pontiff himself. And here you can see the list of all the offerings. And if you would like to make any of these offerings, you can visit tiny.cc/Devi offering. And it is a very simple process. You can register for your offering and you can fill out the registration form if you are interested, but you still need help manifesting and you would like more details. You can go ahead and fill out the registration form listed here. And if you are ready to offer directly, you can go online and go to tiny.cc/Devi offering, and you can make directly the online payment. And after you make the payment, you can visit the tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2020 to submit your details for the puja, for your names to be chanted during the offering. We can actually visit the website tiny.cc/Devi offerings and quickly go through how to make the offering. As we wait, if you are interested in asking any of your questions, want to receive the blessings of Devi, you can ask any question on the YouTube channel or on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or any of the social media platforms, including WhatsApp, when Devi herself is coming live every day. You can receive the blessings of Devi and you can directly have your questions answered during the live Devi Darshan. So here you can visit, this is the tiny.cc/Devi offerings, and it is a very simple process. You can go ahead and select whichever offering you would like to make, whether the Pratiksha Pada Puja or the Vastra Seva, whatever offering you would like to make, you can go ahead and select that. And then you can select how many offerings you would like to make, whether you want to make one for yourself and one for your family members, however you want to make, you can select that. And then you can continue on to the end. And you can go to the offering additional information if you would like to learn more. And then you can continue on to the next page. So the sevas there are all listed there, and you can continue on to the next page to offer your seva. Yes, so you can choose one of the options. You can choose Pratyaksha Pada Puja or whatever. If you can just choose one of the options. Yes, and then you can add that to your cart. You can add how many ever you would like, whether you want to offer one for yourself, your children, your best friend, whatever it may be. You can choose how many ever you choose. And then you can go to your cart and go ahead and make your payment. You have your cart total, and then you can proceed to the payment, and you can make the payment just as you would for any payment that you would fill out online, any order that you would fill out online. The same way, you can enter your credit card details and simply make the payment. So, yeah. You can proceed to the cart, and just as you would for any other online payment, you can fill out your details and make the payment. So with this, we will be concluding this segment and moving into the next segment, where we will learn some of the wonderful benefits of living in Adi Kailasa Satyajnapita and availing the benefits of the multi-layered quarantine. And Ma Taimai Swami will run us through all of the activities and the entire ecosystem that the Adi Kailasa Satyajnapita has available for anyone who is interested in joining the Adi Kailasa Satyajnapita for the multi-layered quarantine. We will be into that segment very shortly.
Thank you, Ma. Welcome back for this segment. So in this segment, we are going to learn about the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are now COVID care protection centers, how these are functioning, and how these are the temple-based ecosystems, and what is the science behind these temples, and how these are recognized. So we'll see all the details in the segment with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with his Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what are these enlightenment ecosystems? Let's learn. What is the need for this? So we have seen that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, across the world, especially the young adults, are reporting symptoms of anxiety and depression and or depressive disorders during this COVID-19. If you see the statistics, the young generation, especially from 18 to 24, affected most than the older ages up 65 plus. The average share of adults are reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, and 2019 over a period of 6 months it was 11%, and now in just 1 month, in 2021 alone, it raised to about 41.1%. And some more statistics about these The employees, how they are feeling, that 34% say they are tired and 34% say they are stressed, 27% they are burnt out, and 22% say they are discouraged, and 19% say they are distracted, and 17% say they are depressed. So nearly 8 in 10%, that is about 80%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Nearly 7 in 10, that is about 67%, say they have experienced the increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, that is about 25%, diagnosed with mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. And about the healthcare workers, more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, and about 300 people have died. And China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression, and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Depression is COVID-19 7%, according to the Helio survey. Then the anxiety levels in this pregnant and new mothers, which was before the pandemic was 29%, and now during this pandemic it raised to 72%. The US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a lot in the United States, reporting symptoms of depression during this COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the United States have tripled. According to a major survey study, researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults are now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before this pandemic, just 8.5% US adults are reported being depressed. That number has been raised to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. And the employees say burnt out. Again, the young adults, about 22 to 25, reports 89%, and about 26 to 37, about 83% say they are burnt out, and ages 38 to 54, about 73%, and about 55 to 74 age group, 62% say they are burnt out. So what are the Kailasa's contributions from Kailasa, the Department of Human Services, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents. So Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all humans. In fact, all beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Plus, it is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now you see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly worked over a period of 27 plus years, established these Kailasas. You can see the glimpses, temple occasions, the Karaseva, across the globe, the thousands of temple ecosystems have been established by the Supreme Pontiff. In 1994, where the Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And a rightmost picture that you see, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop. You can see some more glimpses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, tireless work establishing these ecosystems, not only in India, but across the world, the Western Hemisphere. In these pictures that you are seeing are from Kailasa's temple ecosystem from Los Angeles. The headquarters, the temple ecosystem, which has got 25,000 square feet temple complex, housing over 80 plus deities, and it is one of the largest Hindu ecosystems of the West. And you can see Kailasa in Columbus and the Kailasa in Washington, Seattle, San Jose, and St. Louis, Phoenix, Kailasa in Houston, and then Canada, Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. And see, now what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has tirelessly worked in all these ecosystems, and how these ecosystems are helping one and all. Now let's understand the temple sciences. Basically, what are these temple sciences, and why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave utmost importance to the temple ecosystems. So let's understand this about the basics of the temples. Yes. So, temple ecosystem of Kailasa. Reviving the enlightened civilization is the vision of Kailasa, the purpose of my advent. Paramashiva assuming this body and manifesting, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa is basically an enlightened civilization where everything happens based on the ultimate cosmic principle and ultimate possibilities and powerfulness. You want to know about the universe, they will show you how the universe and teach you. And you want to know about the cosmos, they will just show you the cosmos and simple and straightforward way. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping the enlightenment science alive. every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Pathashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga. These are the various traditions. Some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, and some may be Vaidika Shaiva, and all kinds of permutations and combinations. Each temple and each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Pathashala, each Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment signs alive of that Sampradaya. Hindu temples are not just worship altars or religious congregation places or just memorial for certain legendary person or incident. Hindu temples are residents of God. That is why in Chidambaram, Nataraja is one of the Dikshita. In Srirangam, Ranganatha is one of the Bhaktar who is doing the puja. Temples are the residence of the God in Hindu tradition. In reality, not just Hindu tradition, in every tradition. There was a time in Hinduism had 56 nations, 200 states, and 1,700 provinces and 10,000 sampradayas. Almost 95% of the population of these were Hindus. Slowly, the brutal terrorists invading life-negative gangs enter, destroy, rob, and plunder the temples, destroy the spiritual ecosystem and enlightenment ecosystem. In last 1,000 years, we did not have a single nation, and we did not have a single state. We did not have a single province practicing Hinduism as a state religion legitimately. And in 10,000 sampradayas, without any doubt, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says only 200 are left alive, struggling to be alive. Three unique things of Hinduism's ability to make the divine land and God get rooted in the deity Prana Pratishta, and incarnations landing, the ecosystem where the incarnations land, the enlightenment spiritual ecosystem where incarnations happen. Third, the devotion to feminine consciousness, Devi worship. These three are unique to Hinduism. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. The enlightenment ecosystem are the Kailas. Every monastery, temple is an ecosystem for keeping the enlightenment signs alive and flourish, which can automatically make people enlightened. It is like enlightenment automatic machinery. Anybody comes in, they just get introduced, inspired, excited, energized, and made to power manifestors and enlightened and start radiating, and they start spreading. Enlightenment becomes the source for energy and excitement. A person who can make enlightenment as a source for energy and excitement for anyone is an incarnation. Fortunately, we are successful in making enlightenment as the source for energy and excitement to millions of people all over the available for everyone to experience. Significantly, all the major Vedic temples built over the centuries have been consecrated by the enlightened master. Or rather, the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened master for the benefit of humankind. Just as the rich man leaves behind his wealth for the next generation after he leaves the body, the enlightened masters leave behind the huge energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. For instance, the 4 main Shankara Peethams were established by the 8th century master Adi Shankara, the Chidambaram temple by Patanjali, the Palani temple by the Siddha Bogar, the Arunachaleshwara temple by the Saint Idakkada, Tirupati by Konganavar, and Tanjore by Kuruvarar. The powerful spiritual traditions present in these places are so palpable that even the most casual visitor can feel its effect in the form of peace. Sorry for the technical glitch. So, when maintained properly using the subtle powers of mantras, rituals, and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands of years. The temple structures. In Hinduism, temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters to radiate the enlightened masters' presence even when they leave their body. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric wave conveyances of north and south pole push. The idol of God is set in the core center of the temple, known as Garbhagriha, that is Sanctum Sanctorium. This is the area where the Earth's magnetic field is discovered to be the most extreme. Therefore, it is the energy source. The Dvajastambha, that is the flagpole, behaves as a transformer. The huge domes are for amplifying the energy. Temples are systematically built for the transmission of energy on a large scale. Temples and the enlightened beings. When a rich man dies, he leaves behind his wealth to his wife, daughters, sons. When enlightened masters leave the body, they leave their wealth of energy, penance, and goodness to humanity at large. Temples are built on these energy fields or left behind by them. Either the masters themselves build these temples when they are alive, or the people build them after the masters leave the body. These temples are further sanctified through rituals that harness the divine cosmic energy. The famous temple at Kedarnath in the Himalayan range was built by the great master Shankara. The Arunachaleshwara temple of Tiruvannamalai, South India, is ascribed to a great saint called Idakkadan. These temples are divine gifts of these great masters to humanity. There are two types of people. The first type generate energy from their own system. They are like the solar system. Wherever they are, they produce energy and they radiate energy. Whatever they do, they excel in it. Whatever they touch flourishes. They are the ones who nourish the world. They are the enlightened masters. And the second type of people are those who have forgotten the art of producing energy from their inner source. These people may flourish, but maybe only in one or two fields, and that too out of the superficial energy source called mind. Since their source is superficial, multidimensional flourishing remains a dream for them. Either the masters themselves build these temples when they are alive, or the people build them after masters leave the body. In Hinduism, temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters, and radiate the enlightened masters' presence even when they leave the body. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and energetic wave conveyances of north and south poles push. The idol of God is set to the core center of the temple known as Garbhagruha, Sanctum Sanctorium. The powerful spiritual vibrations present in these poles are so palpable that even the most casual visitor can feel its effect in the form of peace, bliss, or clarity. When maintained properly, using the subtle powers of mantras, rituals, and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands of years. Sorry for the technical glitch. Installing the deities. As per Vedic sciences, there are two ways to install the energy in a deity. One is Agama Pratishta and the other is Prana Pratishta. In Agama Pratishta, energy installation is done by the second category of people. It is done essentially through chanting of mantras, and this method will install only a few volts of energy. The energy intensity will be decided by nature of the mantras, the accuracy with which it is chanted, and above all, the psychological state of the person chanting them. In Prana Pratishta, the energy installation is done by the first category of people, that is the enlightened avatars. It happens through a direct connection with the divine cosmic energy that nourishes the whole universe. The first category of people, that is the enlightened masters, are pure channels for the divine cosmic energy to flow through. They can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install for the goodwill of the society. Masters have worked on the science of the inner world and have installed various aspects of the divine energy in these temple deities. Every historic temple has its own significance. Each deity has its own boon to offer depending on the type of the energy installed in it. That is why in order to conceive children, you go to a particular temple. In order to wed a suited spouse, you go to a different temple. To defy planetary influences, you go to a different temple. And for financial problems, you go to a different temple. These benefits are nothing but the special energy packs. Temples are structures that replace an enlightened master's presence. Masters, by their sheer presence, heal people. They heal not just the physical level, but the being level. They keep the inspiration for spirituality alive. Their presence offers an ambience of sacredness. Temples are spaces created by the masters to offer these same things that they offer. While consecrating the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva temple sanctum at the Bangalore Adinam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, "An enlightened master is the cosmos in human form, the ultimate human form fit to perform a sanctum consecration." For an enlightened master, the energies of expression through any means never gets exhausted. For example, for an ordinary human being, the grief emotion or the joy emotion exhausts when expressed through tears. The pitta, the fire element of the body, exhausts through anger. The lust energy exhausts through sexual act. The power of speech exhausts in his very saliva the moment it is uttered. All these energies of expression becomes exhausted as he uses them. An enlightened master's energy of expression cannot be exhausted through any of these means, because his existence, the inexhaustible source of energy in human form. Because masters do not need a body to execute their work, they can continue to do things they do even after they have left their physical body. The sanctum created and energized by them will radiate inexhaustible energy and nurture energy being that seeks it. Only a master who can function without the help of his body is capable of creating a true sanctum, one that will materialize things exactly the way he does. If God is everywhere, why go to a temple? The answer to this question, Sri Ramakrishna, a great enlightened master of the 20th century, gave a beautiful answer. There is a milk all over the cow, but we can't get it by just piercing it anywhere. Through the cosmic energy, though the cosmic energies are available everywhere, we cannot, we're not able to perceive it because it is extremely subtle. Cosmic energy is available to the most subtle form. An enlightened being or the highly evolved soul knows the signs of distilling this subtle energy into a gross form which we can perceive and absorb. Temples are engineered by the great rishis in such a way that the cosmic energy becomes available to all as a source of healing and spiritual transformation. Why so many temples in Hinduism? In India, about 90% of all tourist attractions are temples. There are lakhs of temples across length and breadth of India, and in places like Varanasi, for every person living there, there is a temple. But why so many temples? Whatever a civilization thinks as the highest experience, it builds structures related to that. If people in a country think football is the greatest experience, they build magnificent football stadiums all over. If people think education is the greatest experience, they build schools and colleges. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience. So they built temples. For this reason, in any city, there will be a large temple built first, and around it, the city will be built around it. The human body is considered a miniature of the cosmos. And a temple is an expansion of the human frame. Now let us understand the science of temples. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience, so they built temples. Temples are created to replace an enlightened master's presence enlightened masters, when they leave their body, they wanted a space which can continuously inspire people, which can continuously heal, which can give them the experience of spirituality, which can give them a sacred feeling. In every tradition, creating a space for divine or creating a place in which people can relate with the divine has become a part of their culture, part of their life. People have put aside any constraints of money and time to erect inspiring structures built on faith, science, and mystery, as well as greed and fear. Throughout the passage of time, some of these magnificent structures around the world have become museums and wonders, and some continue to be the seats of religious authority. Many continue to attract the faithful, offering solace, energy, social interaction, and a framework for life itself. But for many, the science of temples built on thousands of years of research and development has been lost. The understanding has been lost. Though the physical structures are still standing, for some, the belief, the experience is no longer there. By understanding the science of Indian temples, humans can experience the intelligence, power, and miracles that these structures were made from and for. What does energy have to do with the temples? Many continue to attract the faithful, offering solace, energy, interaction, and the framework for life itself. But for many, the science of temples built on thousands of years of research and development has been lost. The last statement of science, that whatever exists is energy. The first statement of Upanishad. As research is proving every day the cosmic truths that quantum physics is still struggling to comprehend were already commonplace in the ancient and rich Vedic tradition of India. When Einstein declared that E is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, he confirmed what the Upanishad or the sacred Indian scriptures said thousands of years before. With an enlightened insight into the play of matter and energy that makes up the universe, the Vedic seers had declared more than 10,000 years ago that whatever exists is nothing but energy. Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam. From the Isha Vasha Upanishad, the last statement of science, that is E is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, is the first statement of Upanishad. Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. So the last statement of the science is the first statement of the Upanishad. Whatever exists is energy. In modern time, temples are truly the oxygen baths for the souls. Whether one is aware of it or not, a constant energetic exchange is happening between the humans and their environment. People live and move in an ocean of chaotic energies, both positive and negative. On certain levels, people are powerfully influenced by the energies, and thousands of others, the energies of living and working spaces. The residual energies of the objects that are touched and the situations encountered. Energy imbalances in the body are the root cause for a vast majority of ailments, from obesity to insomnia to mood swings. Today, more than ever before, the Vedic intelligence that gave rise to the concept of temples can be appreciated for its ancient and modern technology based on thousands of years of research and development. The powerful positive vibrations present in a temple can flush out negative energies without even being aware of it. Deep cleansing, recharging, and ultimately purifying of the being can happen effortlessly in a temple, resulting in physical and mental healing. In modern times, temples are truly the oxygen bars for the soul. A temple is more than a building. The entire art of building temples is not mere art. It is a science. Temple architecture is a highly developed science. Every single facet of it, from the size of the idols and the size of the rooms and the courtyards, the directions in which each has to be situated, to the process of installing the idol in the sanctum, all these are laid down in detail in manuals that were developed thousands of years ago, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. An Indian temple is more than just a building or a structure. It is the image and energy of the divine. A temple is a miniature cosmos comprised of the 5 elements and a presiding deity. A temple is an outgrowth of the deity which has its own independent intelligence and from which energy is constantly radiating. Temples are also used for social interactions, spiritual education, cultural events, and economic exchange. Temples provide the opportunity for transformation towards a higher consciousness by experiencing the divine in an outer form through worship. Temples and the deities act as a vehicles of bridge for inner transformation. Essentially, temples were designed to be the spaces where the mind spontaneously moves within and meditation happens effortlessly. Every aspect of the temple, from architecture to the rituals to the kinds of worship offered, have been consciously created to make this experience happen. When thousands and millions of people congregate to celebrate the divine and offer gratitude, any place becomes a temple, a place of worship. The symbolism of temples. Keith Critchlow of the Royal College of Art, London, believes that the basic architectural principles of Indian temples on the physical level are integral with structures at the metaphysical level. The Agamas and the Upanishads make several references to the corresponding of the human body and soul to the temple. Now, let's watch inauguration of the Golden Temple of Paramashiva in 2018 in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham.
श्रीनित्यशिखरदर्शनं समस्तपापहरणं जन्मराहित्यम् अनिभेदोत्तिगदरा श्री परमहंस नित्यानंद भ्रमरांब दिव्यक्षेत्रम् दर्शिंచి మోక్షమే ఉందండి భక్తులారా. అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం. అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం. అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం మోక్షమునర్చగే శ్రీశైలం నిత్య సన్నిధి జయ గురు శైశైలం మోక్షమునర్చగే శ్రీశైలం నిత్య సన్నిధి జయ గురు శైశైలం ఓం హర హర నిత్య అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం నాలుగు ప్రవేశ ద్వారములు నిత్య సన్నిధికి అభిమార్గములు నాలుగు ప్రవేశ ద్వారములు నిత్య సన్నిధికి అభిమార్గములు చిత్తపడము త్రిపురాంతకము నిత్య మహేశ్వర అలంపురం చిత్తపడము త్రిపురాంతకము నిత్య మహేశ్వర అలంపురం ప్రతి ద్వారములో తీర్థములు అవి తీర్చుండు భక్తుల కోరికలు ప్రతి ద్వారములో తీర్థములు అవి తీర్చుండు భక్తుల కోరికలు నేత్రానందము శుభయోగము కూర్చుండు శ్రీశైలం నేత్రానందము శైశైలం శుభయోగము కూర్చుండు శ్రీశైలం ఓం హర హర నిత్య అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం 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 మోక్షమునర్చగే శ్రీశైలం నిత్య సన్నిధి జయ గురు శైశైలం మోక్షమునర్చగే శ్రీశైలం నిత్య సన్నిధి జయ గురు శైశైలం ఓం హర హర నిత్య అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం నిత్య హృదయమే శ్రీశైలం ఆరునిదేజమే శ్రీశైలం నిత్య హృదయమే శ్రీశైలం ఆరునిదేజమే శ్రీశైలం జోకోదరుడు జియకరుడు శ్రీ నిత్యరుని శుభక్షేత్రము జోకోదరుడు జియకరుడు శ్రీ నిత్యరుని శుభక్షేత్రము మహిమాన్వితము పవిత్రము శ్రీశైలము భక్తుల యోగము మహిమాన్వితము పవిత్రము శ్రీశైలము భక్తుల యోగము వేదసారము క్షేత్రము శ్రీశైలం వేదసారము పురాణము కీర్తించిన క్షేత్రము శ్రీశైలం ఓం హర హర నిత్య అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య పురివాసం అదిగో అదిగో శ్రీశైలం నిత్య భక్తులకు నిత్య
Now, as we are understanding the basics of the temple sciences, now how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously of 2+ decades is working tirelessly the revival of the temple sciences and the ecosystems. And let us learn some more details of this. And as you see, the status of the India and across India, the many famous temples are being shut down or closed for an indefinite period of time. You can see some of these examples of the Siddhi Vinayaka temple and the Shirdi Sai Baba temple is closed in Maharashtra, and Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. And not only that, all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar. The mass, gurudwaras, not churches, as the city records the highest daily COVID surge. And in Uttar Pradesh, major Mudra temples ban entry of devotees, and in Gujarat, famous Somnath temple is closed for darshan. And in Tamil Nadu, the vandalism happened. And now in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to an harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to this pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms and on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So now, let us understand why deity worship with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In his own words, that please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are the embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him, in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, the deities in a real kshetra are always in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant his name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane and guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of the temples will be the revival of the world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, is going to happen. The divine has got the infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana Gunas. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity as Kala Kala. Same way, he danced in ecstasy, and that action became Nataraja. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. And Brahma's very action of continuously, constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with rites, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, the temple-based ecosystems. The register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Kailasa's temple ecosystems span across the globe, and Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, the sampradaya is a multiple arms of the Hinduism. each exploring the science of awakening the individual's peak possibility in a unique, time-tested, foolproof way. All the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They are there forever, serving the humanity. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the revival of the temple ecosystems.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based, Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
In adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his entire life and made his mission to bring global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Sciences, to bring harmony in humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of the temple ecosystems. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, Joshua Gordon, pointed out that environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types: individual factors such as the microbiome, and the natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparities. The third, the social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems globally. Through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Kailasa's Human Services led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. Now you can see the glimpses of these ecosystems, and following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children and of the Nithyananda Gurukul celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. The pictures that you're seeing are taken Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham on 21st October 2006. And the pictures that you're seeing are from the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop in the year 2018. Take part in the celebrations of traditional flag hoisting ceremony at the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham taken on 22nd December. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop, and which was taken on 14th December 2006. And similarly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2, at the St. Peter's Engineering College, Chennai. These pictures are taken on 17th December 2006. And some more glimpses that you're seeing now are the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga. The pictures are taken Harshil, India, where on 26th May 2006. The pictures that you are seeing are the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. Serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tiruvannamalai. The pictures and where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is waving the flag to the lakhs of devotees who are participating in a procession in a temple festival. And the pictures that you are seeing now, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop puja are ritualistic worship. The pictures are taken in 31st December 2018. The pictures you are seeing are the distribution of sweet butter as a part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. This celebration of Lord Krishna's birthday, the pictures are taken at the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham on 17th August 2014. And some more pictures that you are seeing on the same day of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the peacekeepers of Kailasa, playfully, blissfully celebrating the festival. And as part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing the free organic food to the public. The pictures are taken on 17th August 2014. Now, the pictures that you're seeing are the peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Karaseva, for the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning and the construction of the sacred Hindu temple. The pictures are taken of Adi Kailasa and they are taken on 11th September 2016. Now you're seeing the pictures are from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with the volunteers and the Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water and basic necessities, the medical camps and the cleaning of the local roads for further relief efforts. Pictures are taken on at the Pondicherry, South India, on 2nd January 2013. Now, as part of the Thane flood relief food preparations at Pondicherry, India, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself monitoring the food preparation to distribute to the victims. The pictures that you are seeing now are the Thane flood relief medical camps. Pictures are taken on 3rd January 2012. Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, as you are aware, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly working, as we see in some of these glimpses, and establish the ecosystems across the world, continents, and the thousands of ecosystems you will see in this picture are the Kailasa's ecosystems. Starting from the 1994, the leftmost picture that you see, where the Mataji Vibhudananda Puri handing over the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And the rightmost picture that you are seeing are from 2017, where the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shiva Diksha. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly serving Annadan, the traditional temple services. The pictures are taken on January 2011, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the 3 Sattvic meals to everyone. Now, you're seeing the pictures are the thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pictures are taken and the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai and on 11th March 2017. Now, you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham, Adi Nithyananda Peetham, the first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And at the mere age of 23, on the banks of the sacred Kaveri River in 2001, this was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem we now know today as Kailasa. Now, the pictures that you're seeing are from the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham in Bidadi, Bangalore. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at his heart, the main headquarters of the Kailasa. The pictures are taken where at the 2003, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the Bhumi Puja, the worship of the Mother Earth, and putting the first stone brick for this Sarvajna Peetham. And the rightmost picture that you're seeing is the sacred banyan tree. The sacred banyan tree that you see, the leftmost, is called Kalpa Vriksha. And you can see this Kalpa Vriksha tree and the deities Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, and the Nithyanandeshwara Linga. You can see continuously the temple ecosystem of Adi Kailasa is continuously available to all of you from wherever you are. You can see from the live stream. And you can see the continuous flow of worship and temple services that are happening. And the pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, United States of America. The first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And their divine faces have been directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, where the Los Angeles temple is the first inaugurated in 2005 and then established in its permanent location in 2007. The house is the largest Shiva Linga and the Rajarajeshwari in North America. The Los Angeles, Kailasa in Los Angeles, Sarvajna Peetham has the temple complex of 25,000 square feet housing over 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest temple ecosystems in the West and is the headquarters of the Western Hemisphere. And the pictures that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, the housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of West. Chidambaram temple, the ancient temple, Hindu temple where Paramashiva resides as Nataraja. The cosmic dancer and expression of Akasha or space. The big toe of Nataraja has also been revealed to be the center of the Earth magnetic equator. Now the pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. And the chief presiding deities of this temple are Devi Meenakshi, Paramashiva Linga, and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Meenakshi Amman Temple is the home to Devi Meenakshi, the divine cosmic mother and the consort of Lord Sundareshwara, the most blissful form of Lord Shiva. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nityananda Ganesha, the Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India. And houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. The Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. The pictures that you are seeing are from Kailasa in Phoenix, home to over 21 deities and with the temple structure of over 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Now, the pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared the Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. The Parihara Sthala, place where all the ill effects of the 9 celestial bodies are removed. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Toronto. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all the 63 Naimanas and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Naimanas are the most endearing and notable saints of Hinduism. Siddhas are the meaning accomplished, perfected ones. Active and alive from 2011 onwards, Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconsciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan and the traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Kailasa's Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the material and the spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. So, join now in the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, https:// //kailasa.org, KAILASA.org KAILASACARE. So with this, let's move on to the next segment. Please sit straight and we'll be moving on to the satsang. Please sit straight. Inhale deeply, exhale deeply. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
श्रीनित्यनन्दार्तबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दार्तबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दार्तबन्धो रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यनन्दार्तबन्धो मां पाहि रोगादघोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां मां पाहि रोगादघोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दात् बन्धो ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दात् बन्धो काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रं शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रं शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दात् बन्धो श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तं श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तम् ओङ्कारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तम् ओङ्कारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तम् श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्री नित्यानन्दार्थ बन्धो स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै भक्त्या पठेत्यप्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धु श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धु श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே ஒரு ஞான குரு ஆனவனே நித்யானந்தனே
ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை காட்டும் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்ப ஜோதியான நித்யானந்தனே
அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக தியானந்தனை தானமாக தந்த தெய்வமே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே ஒரு தவத்தின் கோலம் பூண்டனையே நித்யானந்தனே
நின் நாமந்தனை நாவிலேந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி நின் நாமந்தனை நாவிலேந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி வாழ்வில் பெரும் பேறு பெற்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்த நேணி பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி அனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்த நேணி பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி அனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி ஞானபீட தாரகையாம் நித்யானந்தனே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் சாரமானவனே நித்யானந்தனே
ஞான கருத்திலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க ஞான கருத்திலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க தாளினையே பற்றுகின்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கிளை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருளை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living, practicing Hindus, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty not only brings you the freedom, it brings right purpose for your freedom. Not just health, right reason why you should be healthy. Not just wealth, right reason why you should be wealthy. Not just freedom, right reason what for you need freedom, what kind of freedom you need. Understand? Not just powers, what kind of powers you need for your fulfillment. Not just freedom, bringing the purpose for your freedom. Not just bliss, bringing the purpose for your existence. I tell you, the beauty of conscious sovereignty is the moment you hear this truth, get initiated, your inner space expands to that level, you can never go back to the old past, same old personality or identity. You can never back to be same old. That is why that initiation is always called, Shakti Pada is always called, giving you second birth, rebirth. Initiated one who got the Shakti Pada is called Dvija, reborn. Because once you receive Shakti Pada, you can never go back to the same old existence, same old identity. Once in a while you can have mood swing, that's your freedom. But you can never go back to be the same person. Listen. The most beautiful, absolutely beautiful thing that can happen to life is constantly delete past. Constantly upgrade yourself. The more and more you get into a space where you cannot go back to your past, the more and more you will find higher way of existing. Higher form of existing. Listen. I have seen some of the most beautiful beings in my life. My own Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself. An extraordinarily beautiful and graceful. I have seen most graceful, beautiful beings in my life from all walks of life. My own Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Raghupati Yogi, Ram Surat Kumar, at least all these names I uttered, they are all not bound by certain responsibility or organization or organized living. But living inside the organization, very organized living, but very graceful beings I have seen. Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji. He is still alive. If you are in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, never miss having his darshan. He lives in Chennai, Mailapur, Ramakrishna Mat. Tiruchi Swami, Kailasa Ashram. Of course, Tiruchi Swami is not in the body. He has attained BHAVASAMADHI. Some of these beings, especially Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji, is within the organization. Very organized living. But I have seen him in close quarters. The kind of the conscious sovereignty he manifests. An absolute clarity. Extremely powerful understanding of Vedanta, highest truths, unimaginable. Same way, Swami Kamalatmananda, he is still alive. He is the head of the Madurai Ramakrishna Mat. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet and learning. He radiates the grace of Shiva Bhakti. I have seen such wonderful people in my life who demonstrated, who proved that conscious sovereignty, manifesting it, living it is possible in all walks of life. In all walks of life. Whether you are a free living individual or living in an organization or even married and living with wife, a householder life. I have seen so many graceful people in my life, radiating conscious sovereignty. Listen carefully. Some of the greatest revelations I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And when I started implementing it in my life, and when I started teaching, and when my disciples who are initiated by me, when they started implementing in their life, and when they came back and gave me the feedback, the right, wrong, good, bad, success, failure, compilation of all this knowledge, the essence of all this I am sharing with you all. So listen, understand. Three things I wanted to convey. Conscious sovereignty brings not just health for the way you want to live your life. conscious sovereignty not just brings freedom, it brings freedom with a purpose. For example, when you are suffering with diabetes, eating sugar is not freedom, it is a suicide. You can't say, oh, can't I even have a freedom to eat sugar? People cry, saying, are they kept in prison? Don't they have the freedom to eat sugar? Hey, listen. When you are having diabetic, freedom to eat sugar is not freedom, it is suicide. Freedom to have the food for your health in a tasty way is freedom. Freedom to do what you want with the right purpose is freedom. See, realizing the right purpose of your life and having freedom to live it, progress towards it is freedom. I feel so happy when I see Soumya and her mother, both of them in the Hyderabad, when they come, religiously they will sit. Especially mother is elderly person, but even if she feels little sleepy, because now it's already 11 o'clock, late night in India. But I have never seen her missing the satsang. Actually, this is freedom. Even some of the Adinavasis are not that regular. They try to crib, saying, oh, are we put in jail or what? Anytime the satsang, we will have to come and sit or what? 11 o'clock, are we not having freedom to sleep? Hey, when there is a satsang going on, if you have all the infrastructure and you are freed from all other work or responsibility to attend the satsang is the real freedom. So freedom with a purpose. Understand? Freedom for your purpose is the freedom. Health for your purpose is health. Wealth for your purpose is wealth. I tell you, last 3 years, studying many different ideas about economy and many different countries' economy policies, how it is geopolitical centered, how it is the ideology like a communism or socialism or capitalism centered, and how various countries function their economy. There are some countries which gives high interest for deposits. There are some countries which gives minus interest. Means they take money from you to keep your money. So all kinds of economies I studied. I wanted to tell you all few things. It is actually knowing your higher purpose conscious sovereignty makes you really wealthy. I tell you, still planet Earth functions based on Varnashrama Dharma. Cosmos functions on Varnashrama Dharma. After studying so many countries' economical policies, how the economies are kept alive, to come up with a right economical policy closest to Veda-agamas. See, I wanted to implement the Veda-agamas as it is, map it as it is. So the closest possible structure on which I can map, so I can fine-tune the whole thing to focus as Paramashiva wanted, the whole Vedagamic civilization. So I have spent huge resources, energy, time, ultimately Paramashiva's blessings and samadhi and revelations he gives in samadhi. With everything I thoroughly analyzed, I came to the realization, planet Earth runs based on Varnashrama Dharma. Wherever Vaishyas exist with their Vaishya Dharma, that nations become wealthy. The economical intellectuals, their thought currents, and the ecosystem they want to nourish. I am studying the Japanese economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The US economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The Indian economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. All this I studied. Finally, I realized, I could see clearly what exactly Paramashiva revealed in Vedas and Agamas and penned down in Dharmashastras. That exact Varnashrama Dharma is the most successful strategy for life. I was studying elaborately. I'll give you just understandings. This will be directly useful for your life. There are many countries which attract the investments which is not needed for them. Those investments become load on them, and then they try to lend with less interest rate just to rotate that money and keep that money circulating because they don't know what to do. And those loans become NPAs, non-performing assets, in 3 to 5 years. It's a vicious circle. They are caught in vicious circle, having wealth without purpose. The conscious sovereignty is not nourished. Listen. If the conscious sovereignty in you is nourished, you build muscles, not fat. You build strength, not load. Same way in your economic principles. I am not saying money is bad. Be very clear. Money is good when you have the purpose. If not, you will not know what to do with it. I've always seen how the Indian middle class people think, first let me become engineer, then I will think what I want to become in my life. By the time you become engineer, you are already a fool and you don't know what to do with your life. And you don't even, see, actually after completely dampening you with the dumbest ideas and all outdated machineries which can be seen only in museum. Only those machines you will see in your workshops when you study engineering. The great museum pieces. Only after all this is done, the certificate engineer is given to you. So by the time you absolutely develop the mentality of extremely non-involving and lazy, and your expectation, just because you are here, the society should serve you. That mentality is the source of all corruption you find anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Listen carefully. Many times, just like Indian middle class mind thinks, oh, let me become first engineer, then I'll think what I want to become, what I want to do in my life. Same way, you guys think, let me first just acquire money, then I will do what I want to do with that money. No. First, have conscious sovereignty. The society has become such now, none of you are in poverty and none of you are going to die without food. The moment you found your basic needs, food, shelter, clothes, focus on conscious sovereignty, realizing the core purpose of your existence. That will tell you the purpose for which you want wealth. So when you start working for wealth itself, you will continue to fulfill the purpose. So your life itself will be a joy. Your path and goal will be one and the same. You will be enjoying the very path, not waiting for the goal to celebrate your life. The path itself becomes celebration. I tell you, person who made path itself as a celebration lives in eternal vacation. See, I live in eternal vacation. I work 24/7 and I live in eternal vacation. I work actually 24/7 in multiple dimensions, multiple time zones, not just horizontal time zones, vertical time zones also. Understand, especially if you are young. When I say young, connected with me below 30. if you have connected with me below 30, you are eternally young. I will never let you age. I don't like getting aged. I like getting matured, but I don't like getting old or getting aged. So I will not do anything to you which I don't like. I will keep you eternally young. If you met me before 30, you are blessed. This is the time to find conscious sovereignty. Focus on that. If you met me before 30, I make you 16 and keep you 16 ever. Listen. When you find the idea of conscious sovereignty, you will never do the stupidity of questioning your life. Oh, why can't I eat sugar? Eating sugar is not wrong. But when you have diabetes, eating sugar is suicidal. So you are not controlled saying don't take sugar. You are protected. With the understanding taking sugar is suicidal when you are diabetic. Even otherwise, taking sugar is not good for health. That is separate. I am telling you, listen. People think, let me find wealth, then I'll decide what I want to do. Hey, by the time you find wealth, you abused you and built a wrong mental setup. When will you break that? That breaking that becomes a big headache. I tell you, with conscious sovereignty, if you find wealth, you will live in absolute aparigraha. I tell you. Listen, I have seen some of the most graceful beings demonstrating minimalist lifestyle, literally having the amount of wealth equivalent to kings. Whether Tiruchiswami is the founder and head of the Kailasa Mahasamsthana in Bangalore, which has branches all over India. He built a beautiful Devi temple, which is literally now golden temple. The whole Garbhagriha, Vimanam is golden and Garbha Mandir is golden. He literally built a golden temple for Devi. And the amount of wealth around him and the minimalist life he lived. He had everything, including golden throne, crown, jewels, everything. He will sit in the golden throne, silver throne, on those timings when he is receiving the Pada Puja or when he is doing his responsibilities. But in his personal life, he will not take one more extra betel leaf from his own garden. He will not waste one betel leaf from his own garden. And he will not get the third set of dress for his personal room. I asked him once, Swami, it is all for you. Why can't we have the few more sets of dress? He told in Tamil, hey, சிம்மாசனம் கொடை சப்பரம் சாமரம் எல்லாம் நமக்கு வேலை, உரிமை இல்லை, உடமை இல்லை. Means the palki, all the umbrella, paraphernalia, throne, all that is our job, responsibility. Neither right means neither we are the owners nor it is ours. Listen. When you find conscious sovereignty, you will have the ultimate clarity about wealth. Why wealth? And you will accumulate it with the right mental setup. Wealth will never bind you. It will only be under you. It can never imbalance you or delude you. Make you behave, think unscientifically. Listen. Wealth is one of the drug. Can make you think irrationally and unscientifically. When the greed for wealth enters, you commit crimes which will not allow end of the day for you to enjoy the wealth, even if you acquire. That's a funny thing. Listen, greed for wealth is nothing but unconscious lifestyle. The conscious sovereignty will make you realize purpose of everything, purpose of health, purpose of wealth. See, what is the purpose of my health? I should be able to sit in Padmasana for any number of hours I want to sit, and my brain should be fresh, alive, to download the Akashic records and radiate it, share it with you all. That's all is the purpose of my health. So because I know the purpose, I keep myself healthy for that purpose. Over. My purpose is my body should cooperate with me to be in samadhi continuously and sit and initiate people, teach people whenever I want to do. That's all. Because the purpose is clear. I keep myself healthy for that. Many times, people want to be healthy, they start building six-pack, gymming, bodybuilding, all that. But after a few days, that six-pack and muscles, bodybuilding, the showing, that becomes so important and addictive. People take the banned drugs, steroids, to look and lose health. Please understand, there are many people who build body so unconsciously without knowing the purpose, they lose the body itself in the process of building the body. See how many bodybuilders die. By taking the wrong drugs, steroids, to show. I tell you, same way, wealth. There are so many people unconsciously acquired wealth and don't know what to do. That load kills them. Our people around them exploit them, bind them, destroy their life, and life is lost. So in every level, conscious sovereignty is the first truth you should start experiencing. This should be your priority. Understand? Not just wealth, purpose of wealth. Not just health, purpose of health. Not just living unconsciously, purpose why you exist is the basic need for life. Listen. Delusion is suicidal. Delusion is suicidal. In every level, delusion is suicidal. I have seen people, the most graceful people, and I have also seen most stupid people. I have seen people not just talking something in the morning, talking something in the evening. Even in one conversation, the beginning they will talk some logic, and just in few statements they will completely opposite to the logic with which they started. I have seen sometimes people having one logic and talking for the other logic. I have seen that level lose. That kind of deluded people. Those are the moments I feel compassionate for myself. I feel really compassionate for myself. Anyhow, I think now everyone feels, is this me? Is this me? Is this me Swamiji is talking about? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Anyhow, listen. I have seen all kinds of people. With my experience, I wanted you to know, time spent on understanding conscious sovereignty is the best time spent. Understand? Listen. even manifesting powers manifest the right power for your purpose. Understand? The purpose you want to exist. I tell you, if you find the conscious sovereignty, you will just feel eternally young. See, finding conscious sovereignty is not some difficult. You just need to know the larger purpose of your existence. Just be scientific, logical, rational to your higher purpose, larger purpose. Stop the shitty idea of you have only one life. That is the biggest shit dumped on you. You have been brainwashed with unwashable shit called you have only one life. Drop that shit. Your consciousness, assuming bodies after bodies, till you achieve your absolute conscious sovereignty. These are fundamental cosmic truths. Start looking at your life with these fundamental cosmic truths. Understand? Stop associating yourself with the delusion or the impact of drug called delusion on your brain as you. See, the impact of the delusion drug on your brain forms a fog called mind. You associate yourself with that and make your life's decisions, which is absolute unscientific. Listen, absolute unscientific. Understand that. Just listen. Be scientifically scientific, logically logical, rationally rational. As I said just now, Tiruchi Swamigal or Swami Gautamananda ji, the wealth around them is much more than kings will have. But they lived such absolute minimalist lifestyle. Because they know the purpose of wealth. I learned exactly that from my gurus. Kings living minimalistic lifestyle is possible only in Hindu tradition. Because if you know the conscious sovereignty, you will know the minimalistic lifestyle is powerful. It's an absolute power. this whole Chaturmasya. I name it as conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya. Manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty. See, manifest the right powers. There are many powers you may not need. That may just become load on you. Manifest the right power. Especially manifest powers by breaking the prenatal patterns called karma and postnatal karma called patterns. Break them and manifest powers. You will know exactly what kind of powers you need. If you are addicted to foot pattern, break them. Then you will see the Nirahara manifest as a power, and not only you become healthy and you are free from addictions, you live long. Listen. If you are addicted to foot patterns, I have a great news for you. Break those addictions through proper Nirahara Samyama step by step and manifest powers. You will see not only you become healthy, you will live long. Because anything which addicts you, binds you, that pattern shows you the secret key for the powers you need to manifest. If you are greedy, bound by greed, deluded by greed, doesn't want to take responsibility, but you want everything, start practicing minimalistic lifestyle. You will manifest so much wealth, and you will enjoy the wealth, not wealth will be enjoying you. I tell you, many people just do watchman job, night watchman job, without sleeping, protecting their wealth. So they are not using the wealth, wealth is using them. People who are not able to sleep due to their worries about wealth, they are not enjoying the wealth, wealth is enjoying them. Like first few days you enjoy, you smoke, then cigarette smokes you. Understand what I am trying to tell you. Many times your delusion shows bad people as your friend, good people as your enemies. The pressure of hormones, chemicals, frustrations inside you. Deludes you so badly. Conscious sovereignty is the only solution. break from all postnatal, prenatal patterns. List all the prenatal, postnatal patterns and karmas binding you. Those patterns hold the secret key. What powers you should manifest and what kind of powers is right for you. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you Shaktipada and be here with you all to help you all to identify your patterns, break them, and manifest as powers. Let's start. First day. Conscious sovereignty, power manifestation process in this Chaturmasya. Get paper and pen, sit. Pen down all the patterns which chains you, binds you. Start writing.
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் ஊரகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில்
புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்துக்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வார் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வார் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் அக்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் அக்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணில்லா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்த நித்ய திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்த நித்ய திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்ய திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான திங்கள் நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த சத்யவேதனே நித்யானந்த வேத ரூபனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಲಿಂಗ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿಂಗಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇತ್ತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇತ್ತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದ ರೂಪನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ.
Bless you all as a living, complete manifestation, as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपान ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक